Councillor Parag from Ward 4, our CAO, Brent Alnick, and we have David Payton, our planner from Red River Planning District, and RM of West St. Paul on the screen is our Municipal Legislative Officer, Lainey Shaw. I will read the resolution to begin our meeting. Be it resolved that the meeting be called to order and that the agenda for the meeting be adopted as circulated. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Link, seconded Councillor Bichetti. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Thank you. No addendums to tonight's meeting. I will read the opening remarks. The RM of West St. Paul strives to be a safe and inclusive community that residents are proud to call home, where diversity is embraced, the environment is cared for, and leadership is valued and trusted. The West St. Paul Council is committed to working as a team to provide good governance, safe and reliable infrastructure, recreational facilities, and outdoor spaces that the community can enjoy in a sustainable way that values the environment and is financially prudent. Thank you. We have a number of public hearings this evening. I will read the resolution to open up our first public hearing. Be it resolved that the meeting of council recess for the purpose of holding a public hearing pursuant to section 74(1) of the Planning Act. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Bichetti, seconded Councillor Parag. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Thank you. And Mr. Planner, I will hand that over to you to start by going over your report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the first application before you tonight is Middle Church Secondary Plan Amendment number 2021-01. So council gave this application a first reading back on February 25th of this year. So this is the public hearing stage of the amendment application. So the proposal is to designate the subject land as emerging residential neighborhood policy area in order to facilitate a future residential development. As you can see on the location map before you now, the lands to be designated as emerging are outlined in the black dashed line. The total area of the land comprised of parts of 6 different property titles is approximately 115 acres. The designation, the current designation under the secondary plan for the bulk of the property actually has no designation. Portion of the subject lands to the left of the screen, which is to the west, are designated as highway commercial. So again, currently, the bulk of the lands do not have a secondary plan designation. The application before council this evening is to designate the area bounded by the black line as an emerging residential neighborhood, similar to the designation that applies to the lands directly to the east and to the south. So the emerging designation is intended to guide the development of new neighborhoods, including single-family residential, community services, and parks. The designation does also allow for multifamily residential and neighborhood commercial in appropriate areas. However, the applicant is proposing a zone which only allows for single-family dwellings. Now, the rezoning application is the next item on council's agenda. So this application, again, is to consider a secondary plan designation of emerging for these lands. The applicant has also submitted a concept plan showing how the lands could be developed. Now, I do want to stress that at this stage, this is a concept plan and it is not binding. It is subject to change. What it does is shows how the lands could potentially be developed. The lands subject to this application are outlined in the red dashed line on the screen for you now. So as you can see, and as I mentioned, the applicant is intending to develop these lands with single-family residential uses. You can see new public roads and new public reserves as well. But again, this is just a concept plan at this stage. The applicant has not submitted a subdivision application. This is a secondary plan amendment application, and there'd be a couple more steps that would and council approvals that would be required prior to the land being developed, as you can see on the screen here. So the first step, of course, is the secondary plan designation. The next step would be the rezoning, which is the next item on council's agenda this evening. And then the third step would be to actually subdivide the property to create lots and roads. And again, no subdivision application has been submitted at this time. So tonight, council is just considering the secondary plan designation as well as the zoning on the lands. Now, I do just want to briefly go over the planning hierarchy in the province of Manitoba. So everything flows down from the Planning Act, which is the provincial legislation. Below that is the Red River Planning District's development plan. And any secondary plan amendment, such as the application before council this evening, has to be consistent with the development plan. Similarly, any zoning bylaw amendment needs to be consistent with the secondary plan as well as the development plan. So when we look at the subject lands, as of 2020, they are designated as settlement center in the development plan. The proposal, this application, is to designate the secondary plan, under the secondary plan, as emerging residential neighborhood. And of course, the next application will be to rezone the properties to RS service residential. So back when the secondary plan came into effect, it was adopted in 2011. At that time, the lands could not be designated as emerging residential neighborhood because the development plan designation in effect in 2011 was resource and agriculture. So the lands were not designated settlement center until 2020. That was a result of the development plan, the new development plan, which was a project started in 2017, not adopted until 2020. So the lands could not be designated emerging residential neighborhood until that settlement center designation came into effect last year. However, in 2011, when it was adopted, there was some wording in the secondary plan that indicates that the intent was to have these lands designated emerging residential neighborhood when the settlement center designation came into effect. For example, there are policies stating that lands west of the railway were to be designated as emerging. There's another policy that states that lands west of the railway would predominantly be comprised of single-family dwellings. And so again, that secondary plan came into effect in 2011. The development plan designation didn't change until 2020. So now this application is coming forward to redesignate the lands under the secondary plan. But again, that would not have been possible prior to the development plan designation being changed last year. So if approved, as I mentioned, council will still have to approve the rezoning and subdivision applications before additional developable lots for residential use are created. Conditions of approval, such as requiring a development agreement, for example, can be addressed at the subdivision stage. So our office has no concerns with the proposed amendment, and none of the commenting agencies had any concerns either. Since the report was finalized, a number of agencies did submit comments, all indicating they had no concerns. So that would be Manitoba Agriculture, the Environmental Compliance and Enforcement Branch of Manitoba Conservation, the Community Planning Branch of Manitoba Municipal Relations, as well as the City of Selkirk. So all those agencies, again, indicated they had no concerns with the application, and our office does not have any concerns either, because the application, again, is consistent with the development plan. And so the application can be approved. That's all I have for this application. And of course, as always, welcome any questions from council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Payton. I will go around the virtual council table here and see if there are any questions for you. Councillor Link, any questions for the planner?
Yes, thank you, I do. I'm looking, your report doesn't have page numbers this go round. I am looking on what I have numbered page 5, and at the top of page 5, it says policy 1 in section 5.3.1 of the secondary plan outlines criteria to consider for a site-specific secondary plan amendment. Now, I believe your report says this is a site-specific secondary plan amendment, correct?
That's
yeah.
correct.
Okay. Now, then it lists, your report lists 3 conditions which determine the timing of the site secondary plan amendment. Now, C, I think you've already confirmed in your report that condition C is fine. Now, condition A, though, is this amendment is needed to maintain a 5-year supply of buildable residential, mixed-use commercial center and highway commercial lands and marketplace choice within the designated Middle Church Settlement Center. How do we judge that, Mr. Planner? I don't know how I'm to judge that criteria. It seems to me that the developer should be assuring the council of these conditions.
Yes, that's a great question. Those criteria, it would be the applicant, the developer's responsibility to demonstrate that those criteria have been met. So, as you mentioned, C is something that our office can do, can confirm that it's consistent with the neighborhood development strategies, which it is. But A and B, those criteria are really something that the developer should be addressing. So I would recommend that the question be directed to the applicant.
Okay, Mr. Planner, what questions, what do you think ought to reveal that conversion is needed to maintain a 5-year supply of buildable residential and so on?
For sure. So I think, again, the applicant would be best positioned to comment on whether they're going to be, they anticipate the demand for this development in the next 5 years.
Some kind of a demand study that's recent, because this development is the latest information, say for the traffic study, is about 3 years old already. Okay, that's helpful, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Link. Councillor Bichetti, any questions for our planner?
No questions right now. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Kleiber, any questions for our planner?
Yes, Mr. Planner, once we designate land as emerging residential, the only thing that can go in there is rural service lots. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, did you say rural service lots?
Yeah, like RS.
Yeah, so the emerging residential neighborhood designation allows for residential uses. It could be multifamily, it could be single family like the applicant's proposing. I don't know that there's anything in the plan. I would have to go through it to see if there's specifically a requirement to for the properties to be serviced. I know that is a requirement of the proposed zoning, the RS service residential zone, which is being proposed. That's the next application before council.
Yeah.
But that would require land properties to be serviced by both municipal water and sewer.
Right. So the reason that I'm asking is we often hear developers say that we should have diversity in the type of housing and so forth that we have. And so there is diversity somewhat in this development. But I'm just wondering if we designate it as emerging residential, would we be able to put an RG zone in there, let's say for bigger lots?
Yeah, there's nothing I'm aware of in the emerging residential designation that would prohibit a zone like the RG zone from being applied.
Okay, so we could put smaller lots and bigger lots in different areas of an emerging residential, is what you're saying,
Certainly.
right?
Certainly. I'll add that under, for example, the RS service residential zone that the applicant's proposing, that also wouldn't prohibit, just because a property is zoned a certain way, wouldn't prohibit the lots from being larger than the minimum requirements of that zone.
Would there be a maximum in the RS or just a minimum?
There's just the minimum.
Yeah, and I'm sorry I'm asking you these questions. I should be looking at the chart, and I tried to look it up quickly because it just popped in my head. So, okay, so thank you very much for answering that. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Kleiber. Councillor Craig, any questions for the planner?
No questions at this time.
Thank you. Councillor Link, you had your hand up. Did you have an additional question?
Sorry, I do.
Okay.
I'm looking at page 6 of the planner's report, and I'm wondering how many properties are located within 100 meters of the affected property.
I don't have that information readily available. I guess the best map to show would be this one before you now. And again, I don't know exactly which properties are within 100 meters, but you can see the property boundaries outlined on this map.
Right, right. It would seem that all the properties that are in 100 meters are there wouldn't be any objections because I think they're all owned by the applicant.
Yeah, a large portion of those lands are owned by the applicant. You're referring to the threshold for when an appeal hearing is triggered, I believe.
Yes.
So that's either half the people within 100 meters of the property, or 25 eligible persons. So 25 voters in the municipality, regardless of where they're located.
Right, and that's not going to happen, most likely. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have a question just for clarification. You mentioned at the beginning of your presentation about the settlement center designation. So I'm just wondering if you can just go back to that chart that you had in terms of the development plan, the secondary plan. Yes, there. I just want to make sure that residents watching are not confused. Settlement center designation in the Middle Church secondary plan, and in Middle Church, we've had a settlement center designation for many, many years now. And so as of 2020 is strictly referring to this area of land behind Sonova Center. I just wanted clarification on that, just to confirm.
Yeah, that's correct. The rest of the areas that are sort of within this general area, if I go back to this concept plan, the majority of the area that you see on the screen here was already designated settlement center, which is why the development could proceed on those other lands. For example, the first phase of the Park Viewpoint subdivision to the east of these properties.
Okay. And just so residents know, just because I know it's confusing to follow along just on the development plan, that's out at Red River Planning, that goes to the province. That's a 5-year process. So the province oversees that and the designation of settlement center. I just don't want people confused because a majority of our Middle Church area has been designated settlement center for years. This isn't it's just new to this area. So, and then the other question that I had in regards to emerging residential neighborhood and the designation then for servicing, in reference to lot size, the designation and creation of residential serviced allows for any size lots, but they all have to be serviced, right? If
That's
we're
correct.
to allow within the next stage RG, it doesn't have to be serviced because there's no distinction for that. So they could be holding tanks and they could be wells.
That's correct. Only in terms of single family zones, only the RS service residential zone requires servicing by water and sewer.
Okay, so if we had emerging neighborhood and then an RG zone within that, that would allow the developer to drill wells and put in septic tanks when this area has full service of water and sewer in this area.
It could potentially, yes. Council would have to approve any subdivision of the land and would have some control over that. But yes, in theory, the RG zone could allow for that.
Okay, and the RS zone has to have servicing, but we could have 5-acre lots if we wanted to. They just have to be serviced within this area.
That's correct.
Okay, thanks for the follow-up. Councillor Kleiber, go ahead.
So not to be oppositional in any way. But Mr. Payton, so what you're saying is in an RG zone, and I understand what the mayor is saying, is that you would have to have a septic field. You could have a septic field. However, if we pass it as RG, we could also say one of the conditions of RG is you must hook up to municipal sewer and water. Is that correct? You could add that as a condition?
You could, for example, require a development agreement that would prohibit holding tanks or septic fields as a requirement of rezoning. So yes,
Okay.
could put those restrictions on.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have the applicant on the line? Are they wanting to speak to this application?
Madam Mayor, we have Jackie Wilkie with us in favor of the application.
Welcome, Ms. Wilkie.
Good afternoon. Trying to see if my camera will work, but for some reason it doesn't want to. There it is, start video. Sorry. Make sure you can actually see me.
Welcome.
Thank you. It's nice to see you guys again. I'm going to be sharing my screen for a short little presentation that we have here. Screen one, share. So this is the amendment to the secondary plan to amend the secondary plan for the subject lands to emerging residential neighborhood policy area, as the planner had said. Our understanding of the proposed amendment is to bring the mapping for the area into compliance with the wording in the secondary plan as well. The lands that we're showing in here are blank on all of the plans. In the wording of the secondary plans, it says lands west of the railway to McPhillips streets are designated emerging neighborhood. So to us, that means that the lands west of the railway to McPhillips Street would be emerging neighborhood. So this is sort of the last piece of the puzzle for what we can see in here. So the lands to the south were designated emerging residential neighborhood with phase 1 of Parkview Point. The lands on the north in the area that we're talking about right now were not owned by Waterside at the time, and we also did not have that the development plan designation for it, in that it wasn't all under one person's plan to get that designation. Now that the current application will provide a contiguous area of emerging residential neighborhood to match the wording in the secondary plan. So everything from the railway to McPhillips, with the exclusion of a small area that we have here for highway commercial, will be the same designation throughout, with the mixed-use neighborhood for the church school site in the middle. The included concept plan is a starting concept to provide an idea of how the area could be developed, showing the connections to existing Parkview Point with roads and pathways. This is only a preliminary plan that will be reviewed with the RM and stakeholders for final design that will be in keeping with the Middle Church secondary plan and West St. Paul zoning bylaw. Any future subdivision will come to the RM for public hearing, and there'll be much discussion before that point to get to where we want to be for the plan. So our next steps is approval of the secondary plan amendment, then the rezoning application that's to be heard today, and then we would go through the subdivision application process after we had consultation with the RM and community, and then the development agreement process and construction following that. Some of the questions that were brought up by council to the planner for why we're bringing this on now is that it takes time to move forward through the process to a secondary plan and construction. Phase 1 of Parkview Point has sold out to the builders, and builders are looking for more lots within this area because it's a highly desirable place to live in West St. Paul, and West St. Paul in general is highly desirable. So this is future planning for that supply that will be, so that we have the supply for the demand that will be coming in the future as well. The question on size of lots, again, that will come at the time that we're doing any subdivision application. We can look at the sizing of the lots. For the rezoning, we'd like to talk about that when we get to the next application on this one and focus in on the secondary plan amendment for this particular discussion. I think that's everything that we wanted to cover at this point. I think I answered all the questions. But if there's any more, we're happy to answer them.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ms. Wilkie. I will go around the virtual council table here and see if there are more questions for you. Councillor Bichetti, any questions for Ms. Wilkie?
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Kleiber, any questions?
I think not at this time. I do want to ask though, just for clarification from the planner, that there was just a mention we talked about just a minute ago that an RG could have septic fields, but because that property is in the Red River corridor, it would never be allowed a septic field. Is that correct? It would either be a holding tank or serviced, right?
Yes, thanks for bringing that up. So yeah, that would be a provincial prohibition. Zoning wouldn't prohibit it, but because of the location of the lands, you can't have septic fields in that area.
Right. Okay, good. I just wanted that clarified. Thank you.
Councillor Prague, any questions for Ms. Wilkie?
No question.
Thank you. And Councillor Link, any questions?
I have a couple, thank you. Now, phase 1 is Parkview Point.
Yes.
Is it also the area that is south of Parkview Point? I think it's Parkview Point Drive.
Parkview Point is the name of the subdivision that has
Okay.
started here. So this is phase 1 in the
Okay.
black and white.
Yes.
And then as we get more approvals as we go along, it'll be moving along into the areas that have already been designated. And then in the future, moving into the rest of it. So this will all be part of Parkview Point, this entire neighborhood.
Okay. Now, I looked at the traffic studies. They are a little bit outdated, but apparently you are projecting in this future area that you want designated 600 single-family dwellings, and that combined with the area to the south, there's 270 duplex units and 300 multifamily units for a total of 1,810 units projected for the area north and south of that Parkview Point Drive. Am I about right on those figures?
Might be, it's slightly off, but I think those, if those are the numbers from the traffic study that you're getting at, then those are the numbers that were projected at the time of when we were looking at the development based on conceptual designs.
Okay.
So that would be the number that we would be working to as a maximum. But again, we don't have those numbers of units yet because we do not have a subdivision plan yet.
So then my question is about the conditions about the timing. Now,
Okay.
it's in the future, but it's in the future by a few years. You believe you've got evidence that the demand will be there for those 600 single-family dwellings in that area to the north of Parkview Point Drive.
There will be demand for single-family housing, most definitely within this area. The number of units is not dependent upon the application that we have right now. That is part of a subdivision application that will come in the future. Right now, because we're looking at RS, it's the size of the lot will predicate the number of units that we're able to have on the land. So at this time, we know that we want to make the land into the correct designation in the secondary plan, which is what we're going for right now, so that no matter what in the future, we're able to bring those lands into development in the future. So yes, we will need to have, with phase one already sold out and people looking forward to us putting the application in for phase two so that we can move forward with that one. There will be the demand for the rest. What the size and number of those lots are is still to be determined. And that is that's going to be in discussion with the RM and planning in the future.
So have you got any projection studies?
We don't have a study as of yet. They will be working on one. Once, again, developers don't want to start putting money into doing a project where you don't even have the land secured. So step one, get it designated, know that we're actually able to do a project. Step two, then we're able to start moving forward with more costly studies and requirements.
So in your opinion, have you fulfilled the condition A in the planner's report in terms of conversion is required to maintain a 5-year supply of buildable residential?
Based on current sales in Parkview Point.
Based on current sales. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Good. Thank you.
Yep.
I just have one question, just as a follow-up to Councillor Link's questions as well, just in terms of build out. I know residents often see this and think this is coming immediately, and you had mentioned in your presentation this takes time. Would you say this is like 5 years before or more before you see housing all filled in this area, that this is really kind of long-term as like, would that be an estimate, 4 or 5 years plus?
5 years, I would say to have it fully built out is over 5 years for what we're looking at. It's just about, it does take time because we have to go through all the processes first, right? So we still need to do the rezoning and then start looking at subdivisions, and subdivision applications will come online, not necessarily all at once for the entire area. It may be that we do the first part, then do the second part again, so that there is time and room to have discussions with the RM on the lot sizing and what's going on in the development.
I have one more follow-up question. I know that we often hear, and you had mentioned that the first phase of Parkview is sold out in terms of builders.
Yeah.
And I know some people will say, well, builders doesn't necessarily mean that it's sold. But I know we've seen a lot of interest in people driving through. Do you know the numbers in terms of houses being built and permits, or is that a question I should be asking our own planner, Miss Elias?
I think that would be better asked to your planner there.
And Miss Elias, can I ask you that question of how many permits are on the go right now?
Sure. As far as lot create permits, we've received 86 to date.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Good information. Since August. Okay. Yeah, I know we're definitely exceeding in West St. Paul with the trails filling up and getting into the next phases quicker than they thought, and with the school coming, and absolutely. Thank you. Councillor Kleiber, I noticed you have your hand up for any other questions for Ms. Wilkie. Go ahead.
Hi, Ms. Wilkie. I'm just looking again at your concept plan here.
Mhm.
And so I just wanted to ask a couple questions, and I know it's a concept plan, so I don't want to put you too much on the spot. On the concept plan, you sort of have like the beige outline. That's probably where the houses are going to go. And then there's a darker beige. What are those houses too, or what is that?
Those are the side-by-side houses that were approved with the original rezoning. This area in here was rezoned with the first phase of Parkview Point. This is the section where we were doing the RMF1 so that we can do an additional side-by-side.
Okay, because there's one that's sort of by the King's School over to the left. There's a little small insert there. And so and I see here side by side homes behind the
Yeah.
industrial,
There.
and then I see single family sort of at the end of it. Is that what's happening there?
Yeah, this was the limit of the rezoning that we did in the first phase. So
Yeah.
we aren't able to go any farther this direction or that direction with these side by sides. This is the limit of the zoning that was
Okay.
approved previously.
And the public reserve spots there, are they, is that, I know when you did the Parkview Point, you had a little play structure and area there for public reserves. Are these ones around the ponds also going to be a park-like atmosphere? Or are they going to be more about, natural grasses and that kind of thing?
It's going to be a park-like area. The details will be worked out with the RM on what is required to go into them. We anticipate that we'll need another playground in this area for sure. Somewhere over here, definitely. And we're also showing that we're having pathways so that we're connecting up the system to link up the entire area with the pathways.
To the pedestrian bridge
Yeah.
that might be going there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for answering my questions.
No problem.
Any other questions for Ms. Wilkie? Okay. Otherwise, we will move on. Thank you very much for your presentation. And we'll see if there's any questions from the public, and then you'll have an opportunity to reply to those as well.
Thank you.
Thanks. Ms. Elias, do we have anyone registered in support?
We also have Donna Thordarson with us.
Hi, Ms. Thordarson. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Great.
Can you hear me all right this evening?
We can hear you. Yes.
Okay, perfect. I don't really have anything more to add to Jackie's presentation. It's pretty straightforward that we're looking to designate the lands from the A80 to RS. We're not looking for a multifamily, but we are looking for residential single family. And I think Jackie had presented it very simply. And also Mr. Payton had as well presented quite succinctly what we're wanting to do with that parcel of land.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go around the virtual table here and see if there are any questions for you. Councillor Kleiber, any questions? No? Okay. Councillor Prague, any questions? Okay. Councillor Link, any questions? Okay. And Councillor Bichetti.
Thank you.
Okay. And no questions from me as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Elias, have we got anyone else registered in support?
We also have Bill McGarry, Nathan Mailing, and Robert Doolin registered in support. And we have Henry Backer registered against, and he's with us this evening.
Welcome, Mr. Backer. Are you able to hear me, Mr. Backer?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
The floor is yours. Go ahead.
Okay, Mayor, council members, municipal and district planners. My name is Henry Backer. Excuse me a minute. I live at 142 River Springs Drive. I am present to speak in opposition to this application to designate these lands as emerging residential neighborhood area. I thank you for this opportunity to express my opinions as a resident of this municipality. Within this virtual room, we have elected officials that have been granted the authority by West St. Paul residents to oversee development within the RM and to make decisions on development applications in the best interest of residents, the municipality, and the planning district, and in the context of the best interests, I would say, of the province as well, our country, and the rest of our planet. We have a lot of obligations here. We have knowledgeable professional planners on both the municipal and district levels who have education and expertise to make sound recommendations within the same context. Yet, we are at a hearing considering an application to designate 126 acres of land as an emerging residential neighborhood without a strategic development plan for this area. It appears from previous actions that the development is in this RM is reactive rather than proactive, and that the proposed strategic development plan, which the RM engaged residents in and other stakeholders a year and a half ago, has not been formally approved by council and has not been shared with the public. Approving this application for redesignation permits rezoning, allowing high-density housing as permitted by the zoning bylaw. As has been demonstrated by the approval of phase 1 of this development and many other previous applications from various developers, that recommendations and approvals have been given by planners and council members which disrespect the intent of the governing district and municipal development plans. Today, we are considering the approval of a second phase of a development which, combined with phase 1, currently under construction, adds, as just mentioned, approximately 1,800 dwellings to an RM. Yet, there is no designation given as to where the children of these residences will be schooled. There's no consideration for daycares. There's no consideration for public mass transit to and from the city of Winnipeg. There's no consideration to the recreational needs of the new and existing residents in the RM. The Sonova Center is now landlocked. There's no space for an arena, fitness facility, public pool, or any other such public amenities. This development is connected to a sewage treatment plant located in another municipality, which does not meet current environmental regulations and is contributing to the pollution of the Red River and Lake Winnipeg. The plant also does not have the capacity to meet the future needs of the areas that it currently serves. The domestic water treatment plant serving this development is also located in another municipality, and it relies on mechanical systems to clean dirty river water and pump it many kilometers to our municipality. This development does nothing to mitigate climate change or prepare for the effects of climate change. We are still busing or driving our kids to school and daycare when the size of this development and its adjacency to other communities warrants its own public school, to which kids could walk or bike in a safe environment. Mass daily commutes to and from the city for employment will continue. We will continue to pollute the river and the lake. We'll continue to expend mass amounts of energy to bring water to this development. There's no plan to increase energy efficiency of the houses. No policy to switch from Alberta natural gas to made in Manitoba electricity. There's no plan or space to plant significant trees to sequester carbon from the atmosphere and reduce the heat island effect of the extensive pavement that's going to be created in this development. There's no plan in place to use captured stormwater for natural irrigation. The yards are not big enough to allow residents to grow their own food. The density of the housing leaves little opportunity for residents to connect with nature in their own community and benefit from the calming effect and sense of being part of a natural world. There is no plan to prepare for extended droughts, significant flooding, sustained high winds, and sustained cold spells, which are already increasing due to global warming. How do we expect future generations to step up to save our planet when they are raised in a captive environment that is not conducive to their own self-determination? Yet, this application is recommended by the professional planners to be approved by the 3 incumbent council members who are intent on adding 3,500 residents to our municipality, even though they did not reveal this intention when they campaigned for office. I'm opposed to this application because I find it to be irresponsible and detrimental to the quality of life of current and future municipal residents and the sustainability of our planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Backer. I will go around the virtual council table here and see if there are any questions for you. Councillor Bichetti, any questions for Mr. Backer?
No, thank you, Mr. Backer, for your opinion. Thank you.
Councillor Pereg, any questions for Mr. Backer?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kleiber, any questions for Mr. Backer?
Mr. Backer, thanks for your presentation. There's some comments you made that I have to echo, and that is electric sustainability, like using Manitoba Hydro versus using natural gas. And I think that is the wave of the future. But I would ask you, and I will say that my house is electric. So my furnaces are electric, forced air electric, and I went to electric simply because it is a renewable resource. So I would ask you, how do you think that council would be able to engage and ask a developer to do that? Because I agree with you, but I just don't know how we would go about it. And what would your suggestions be?
Well, I think you had an excellent opportunity in developing a strategic plan where you could stipulate that these are the objectives of council, and that the developers and their future developments can expect to be required to do these actions that mitigate global warming.
So your suggestion would be to put it into the development plan with that developer, that a certain portion of that would be sustainable energy in homes. But I guess they could put it into their requirements of builders, because it does come down to the builders in the end. The builders are the ones that put in the energy normally, or the person buying the house, or if there's custom built. So I guess my question then is, you're thinking that the developer could put it into their requirements of the builders?
Yeah, certainly. Every development, the builder has, or the developer has building regulations for the people they're selling the lots to. This could easily be stipulated in there that it's going to be a requirement.
Okay. I think that you had some really good ideas about yards and growing your own food. And I know that in the last year, this has been a huge trend, both in the city and outside the city, because as people are staying home with COVID, they are doing things like that. And the next generation coming up are returning to those roots. I know my generation did not as much, but I know that this next generation, my son's generation, is really getting into organic gardens and growing and so forth. So I echo your concerns that I think that the yards need to be a little bit bigger, so that when you have a growing family and you want to do those things, that those things are available. I'm not so sure about the opposition to settlement, because these lands would naturally be settled. What do you propose would go there instead of settlement? Because it's now been designated that way, and I don't know that council can change that. So if you don't want settlement there, what would you propose that you think should go there?
Well, I'll clarify. I'm not in opposition to settlement. I believe the area is already designated as settlement, so that's already a foregone conclusion.
Right.
And in fact, I think being used for residential purposes is probably a good way to use that property. But to give it emerging neighborhood a designation, it allows the higher density housing. And I think it's inappropriate for our municipality. And I also think that For all the reasons that I stated here, as far as quality of life and sustainability, that people need larger lots to live on and not 4-foot side yards and 15-foot backyards or whatever it is.
I don't know if you heard our earlier conversation, but I did ask that question, whether or not an RG could be under the emerging residential. And so RG has a minimum 75-foot width. I'd like to see more of that in this area. But emerging residential apparently doesn't have to be RS. I think that's what Mr. Payton said. Correct, Mr. Payton? Yeah. So you can do RG in this zone as well. It would have to be serviced RG, but it can be RG as well. I don't know. Did you catch that part when we started?
I'm quite aware of that. But
Okay.
past practice by developers is that they'll attempt to make a mix that's or size the lots that's most profitable for them, rather than what's best for the people that are going to live in those houses.
Okay. Well, thanks for your presentation. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councillor Link, any questions for Mr. Backer?
Well, I think we need to check a couple of facts around this capacity of the North End sewer plant. I think what I have read lately and understood, hope I'm not wrong, is that there is capacity there. The problem is dealing with the nitrogen and the phosphorus and making the water safe to put into the river and into the lake eventually. But the capacity, my understanding, I hope I'm not wrong, the capacity is there. That's the only comment that I have, sir.
Yes, but I agree that the current obligation or current agreements that the city has with outlying municipalities for a certain amount of sewage is covered, and that our municipality is not at risk there. My comment was that the plant has no additional capacity for additional sewer beyond that.
I would kind of think that's not quite accurate.
Perhaps Mayor Christian.
Mr. CAO, can I ask you for a follow-up on that in terms of capacity for this development in particular, focusing on this area?
The development, this specific development has enough, they have pre-purchased enough water to sustain themselves. And we have a contract with the city of Winnipeg for approximately 21,000 people to be on their plant for the future. So we currently have just over 6,000 people in West St. Paul.
Thank you for the clarification. Councillor Kleiber, do you have additional questions for Mr. Backer?
Having trouble unmuting here. What I wanted to, we said 21,000 homes. And so I'm trying to do the quick math here, a little difficult. I guess what I'm going to say is, and we have now a River Springs Grove development going up. We have a possibility of that anyways coming to council, and also another one on Minnehaha plus this one. So when that's, and then we have across the street. So Madam Mayor, I'm wondering, with all of that capacity, I don't want to just look at this as an isolated capacity, because we have to consider all of the development going up. And I can't remember the number for the number of homes going into the south perimeter, but I know it's quite substantial, is my understanding. Now, if we were to calculate, if we can get that number, I thought it was around the 3,000 mark for homes in the south perimeter. No, lower, like 2,000? 2,000, okay. And if you have 2,000 in there, times that by two, minimum 2 people usually, plus more. We're looking at least 4,000 there, plus the new developments, plus this one. So I think sounds like we're still in the capacity. Can we add those kind of up and here's the thing that I don't know, and I was going to ask Ms. Wilkie this question. How many houses are being proposed or do we anticipate in this new area? So that would also add to the capacity.
So I'll go to our CAO first to talk about the capacity. There is a plan for that. And these developments and the things that are coming forward are not a surprise. Mr. CAO, I'll turn that to you.
Yes, both the south and north development of the development south, and that's not here tonight, but seeing we're talking about wastewater, that they would have their forecast for about 1,800 homes. This was forecast for about 900 homes. That's 2,700 homes. That still leaves us a large number for, and we currently have 700 homes on in West St. Paul. So we're talking about populations and people on the wastewater grid, that a number that probably we may never see in West St. Paul. There's a certain build out in West St. Paul, and it's probably close to the 6,500 homes or 21,000 people, and that's a long way out. If we took all our dedicated zones that the province is forecasting where we're allowed to build, we wouldn't probably reach those numbers.
Councillor Clyburn?
Just to follow up on that, thank you for that information. That makes sense. The one thing that isn't being considered in capacity, possibly, and maybe the CEO can enlighten us on this, is when we talk about capacity for the sewer, we can't just talk about homes. We also have to talk about businesses. So while we have homes going up, we also have a large industrial park or commercial park going up on the corner of Main and the Perimeter. And plus we possibly will have, I think Waterside has indicated some shops of West St. Paul. So we have that capacity as well that we have to consider. And has the commercial aspect also been considered in that grouping?
Yes, you're looking at capacities there for both sides of the perimeter, depending on what the development is, retail, mix of commercial. So it's not industrial, that you're looking at maybe equivalent to 400 ERUs, so equivalent to residential units of about 400 homes at a high build out. And that number is based on fire protection. Actually, it's not based on usage. So depending on what you have there, you wouldn't have the kind of usage that goes on in a home. So the build out there is the numbers that we're using are if they had fire suppression going on, what kind of numbers they would meet. So we have that for capacity for water, and for wastewater, the numbers are going to be much lower there than what kind of water they could potentially use. So they've all been accounted for. We meet annually with our engineers to review, what's happening for wastewater as we're talking about here. So nothing's changed on wastewater in the last probably 10 years. So all of these things that you're seeing happening in West St. Paul have begun 10 years ago, and this is how we sized the pipe to go to the city of Winnipeg. This is how we estimated the amount of usage that we wanted from the city of Winnipeg. So we can still, that's our original contract with the city of Winnipeg. We can still buy more space on their wastewater plant. There's lots of capacity at their wastewater plant for West St. Paul if we required, but currently we don't. And as I say, this has been on our books since we started planning this in 2010. By 2012, all these developments that you see along Main Street and south and north perimeter had started being planned then, and they started being designated for use then. What we would going to see, Stantec our engineer would look at the areas, they would estimate the number of homes would go there, and that's how we sized and planned everything. So what you're seeing today and what you've been seeing, probably in the past year has been from planning over the last 10 years and planning for the last 15 years of when we brought our services. And so we have services with the City of Winnipeg, and we aren't getting our services from another RM really for water. We're in a co-op. So the co-op is 7 different RMs that fund water for us, and it's called the Cartier Regional Co-op. So we're in a regional plan with Headingley, Portage, West St. Paul, Rosser. So there's 7 RMs in there. So we're not buying our water from another RM. We're part of a regional plan. And as you know, in the metro plan for Winnipeg, what the province is putting through is they're looking for all areas to share. And in fact, of the latest 2050 plan has addressed all the wastewater and water in the capital region and areas that will be being built out, and where areas in the future will need wastewater, etc. And in that plan, if you go to that plan, you've seen the draft plan, it states that West St. Paul has enough capacity for water and wastewater to 2050. So that's what they're saying there.
Thank you, Mr. CAO. I do just have a couple of comments. I want to thank you, Mr. Backer, for coming before council and for sharing your objection. You raise a lot of interesting points, and I see part of our opportunity not only in leadership and making informed decisions, but to have good conversations and make sure people are aware of things that are going on. You mentioned in your presentation that you believe that there's no planning for development. And maybe I could ask Mr. Payton to bring up the presentation again, his report, in terms of all of the steps that have gotten us here. So I'm not sure if that's what you're speaking to, but the comments that you made were council's not making any decisions based on planning, that there's nothing in place, and that we're moving forward without a plan. So I'm not sure if you're able to see on our screen, but the planner walked us through each of these steps that we're guided by all of these steps. So the land that's coming up in question, the Planning Act has public hearings, development plan had public hearings, secondary plan approval had public hearings, our zoning bylaw had public hearings, and then our bylaws come to council for vote as well. So all of that's done in an open and transparent way. So I do just want to correct you there. I know that you might not agree with those plans, but there are multiple layers of plans in place that are guiding council and our decision making. Our strategic plan would be at the bottom of this hierarchy in terms of what we need to be following, and at the probably within this hierarchy under the Planning Act and before the development plan, we'll soon see Plan 2050, right? That is requiring a density of 4 to 9.7 units an acre. And that's going to be coming out. And that's a plan that will be overarching on this as well. So I did just want to clarify, because I know you're not alone in our community asking what are the plans that are guiding us and what's going on here. Our strategic plan was approved by council. The prettied up document going to the residents will be coming out. And we have a cap on growth in our community based on what residents have told us. But we've also had residents say, development should occur within settlement centers where they should be occurring and where higher density is already in place. So I did just want to highlight that. One of the other things that you mentioned was your concern about children in schools and having all of this residential housing and where kids will go to school. We absolutely share that concern. And I'm not sure if you're aware or not, but there are 3 new schools coming to West St. Paul, 2 private schools that each have a capacity for 350 students. And then provincial funding from the government where a site is being selected in the Meadowlands area as a new public school in West St. Paul as well. And so those things go hand in hand. The schools don't come and then the kids, and the kids don't come and then the schools. They look at our development in West St. Paul, the province, and those with it are building their private schools. And is this a good fit for the private schools? What's the future growth in West St. Paul in terms of public schools? So we absolutely share your concerns on that. We don't want to welcome families to our community and not have their children have a place to go to school or to be out in portables. So I think you raise an excellent point, and it provides us an opportunity to really highlight how proud we are that we've got 3 brand new schools that are coming to West St. Paul. One is going along, Dash Mesh School, and that will be open in September. And they've started construction now on the school beside Sonova Center there. One of the things that you talked about that I want to make sure people are informed about as well, I think it's good to highlight, and it's great that you're bringing these issues up, is that you had said we're welcoming all of these people to West St. Paul, but we have no space for recreation at the Sonova Center and no room for an arena. I just want to clarify that. That is absolutely not correct. We have a Sonova secondary plan that was worked on by a committee. Information went out to all residents about 5 years ago, I'm going to say, surveying, asking what residents would like to see. There has been room left, even with talks of Tennis Manitoba bringing tennis to our community, and that's on hold during COVID because of funding. There's enough room for an arena. There's plenty of room left there. There's room out of the back of Sonova for possible indoor soccer. So I can appreciate your concerns about recreation. We not only have ample room, but more families coming to our community means that we can expand and have resources, financial resources, able to expand and pay for some of those things. So I can appreciate your concerns on recreation, and I want to assure you there's plenty of room. Wastewater capacity, those are good points, and I think it's great that our CEO has been able to clarify that for everybody watching. You mentioned about sustainability and climate change, and I think those are really important things to think about. And you mentioned about having a retention pond, and that is part of this. And some of this new development is able to address drainage issues that have been longstanding in our community and really direct that water in a better way so that it's draining properly and we don't have people at risk of flooding. But in terms of sustainability, when you talk about lot size and infrastructure, I'm just wondering what your thoughts are in terms of running water lines and running sewer lines with larger lots, and how that meshes with sustainability to have, say, an acre lot with 100-foot frontage and wastewater and water lines running past that. Any of the research that I've looked at on sustainability talks about being able to renew that infrastructure, to maintain that infrastructure in the future, and that within larger areas and larger lots that makes it challenging. So we probably have different views on that, but I appreciate your comments on sustainability. I want to thank you for your presentation tonight, Mr. Backer, and for coming to council with your concerns, and we really appreciate you bringing those issues up. Ms. Elias, do we have anyone else registered in opposition?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we also have Norma and Michael Alberg. Mrs. Alberg, she noted objection of this application, and I paraphrase a bit, going through from start to finish within one meeting. No one else was registered as against or for information.
Thank you. I'll ask Ms. Wilkie, given what she's heard, if she has any follow-up comments. She has the final word as the applicant.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We just have a couple of points. Number one, we thank Mr. Backer for his presentation, and we were hoping that we would be able to get a written copy of that so that we could see some of the interesting points that he brought up on sustainability and some of the items in there, so that we can look at that in the future when we get to the stage of doing the subdivision and detailed design and see whether or not those are items that are able to be worked into any of the programming for the development. But as far as all the rest of the comments that have come out, those are all comments that have to deal with subdivision design and more detailed design than what this application is for right now. So we aren't really able to respond to them in regards to this application. This application is just about changing the secondary plan to have this as emerging residential neighborhood. So, and we believe that that is in keeping with the wording that is already within the secondary plan. So that's all we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Wilkie. And Councillor Kleiber, question for Ms. Wilkie?
Hi, Ms. Wilkie. I just wanted to ask you a follow-up question. You probably heard it. How many houses do you anticipate in this new area? And I know you can't give me like a strong number, but approximation?
We had the number, sorry, Councillor Link had the number from the traffic study. That would be the maximum number that we would have in this area, which I believe she was saying 1,800 for the overall, including phase one. But I'm not sure that that would be even the number that we're at. So
you had about 350 or 345 or something like that in phase one, right?
Yeah, and I believe if we're looking at a general design on this one, we're somewhere around 800. So we're under that 1,800.
Yeah, so you're around 1,100.
Yeah, that 1,800 allows us to have a little bit more flexibility if there's multifamily in the earlier areas. Like that just gave us flexibility with those multifamily units, the multifamily that was already approved in phase one.
Yeah,
it allowed us some flexibility in there.
And I know that we're not talking about subdivision right now, but we will be talking about housing when we come to zoning. Yes. And so I'm going to ask you the question. You know the Plan 2050 targets 4 lots minimum per acre, which is about a 10,000 square foot lot, and then the target is 9.7, which is a 4,490 square foot lot, which is our minimum right now for rural service. Are you entertaining any of the larger lots? Because what I'm seeing and what I'm hearing from residents is that they do like a little bit of a bigger lot. And you guys have put, Waterside has put some bigger lots in. So would you be entertaining an area that might have a bigger lot, like a cul-de-sac where you have, or a couple of cul-de-sacs where there would be bigger lots?
We don't know whether or not it would be a full cul-de-sac because it would be based on, number one, market demand. If there is a demand out there for a bigger lot and that those buyers are available, then that is something that would be looked at the subdivision stage, obviously. But we can do that within the RS zoning that we're going to be talking about on the next application because we're able to do those bigger lots.
Sure. I would be interested to hear from your current development how quickly the 44-foot lots sold. As far as not the developer, but as far as the residents are concerned. I don't think you probably would have that information though, would you?
I do not have that information. No. I'm not sure if Donna would have that at the moment either, in that it's something that would have to get looked up in the books.
It's interesting because I have heard that a person that's building houses bought 2 lots and wants to amalgamate them now. So I kind of asked the question, are we missing the boat and not providing enough options? And so when we talk about diversity and options, part of diversity might be to have a couple of those or some area where we have a little bit more. Pardon me?
We can always do that in the subdivision. And you can always like you're saying, somebody saying, well, I'm buying 3 and making it into 2. You can always do that. You can't always go smaller once you've gone bigger because your road is where your road is, right? So you can always widen out your lots if you need to as you're going along, even through the once you've done the subdivision process and all the rest of it. You can always change things along the face of a road, but you need to have that.
So you're saying that if you bought a 100-foot lot, you you don't think it would be wise to subdivide it, say, to 250s? It wouldn't work?
No. I'm saying that if you have a RG or an R, like a bigger lot, like that 75-foot width of a lot also comes with a certain depth. It comes with a certain size, right? So it's almost double the length that you would have in an RS.
Right.
So now you're changing where your roads, where you park it, you're reducing the amount of park that you're able to have. You're changing where your roads are going to go. It just changes. It changes a lot of things. So setting things out with a certain depth of lot helps in flexibility in future design as well.
I'm going to try and bring us back on track. I don't want to interrupt you guys.
In the next one, I'm very sorry.
Yeah, I want to just bring us back on track and good questions and comments to have, but those I think maybe we leave for the subdivision phase. We're just looking at a secondary plan amendment on emerging residential neighborhood, trying to bring us back on track here a bit.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I just, I think it's an important conversation to have with the zoning coming up. So I know that the zoning is right back on to this. And so those are good questions, I think, to ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bichetti?
If I can, to the CAO, just to clarify, there was a lot of numbers put out there with lot numbers, this and that. There was 1,800, 900, 600, 356. I don't believe it was the 1,800 on the north side of the perimeter. Can you just clarify that, please?
All planning on the north perimeter has been under 1,000 homes. I believe right now that what we've looked at for water and sewer capacity is between 900 to 1,000 homes. So no, there certainly won't be 1,800, what I'll call units, so lots or multifamily or anything like going up there for 1,800. It's all the infrastructure is designed for 900 to 1,000 units.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Prague, any follow-up questions for Ms. Wilkie? Thank you. And Councillor Link, any follow-up questions for Ms. Wilkie?
So, sorry, phase one, I'm not sure if it's for Ms. Wilkie or CAO. Phase one was how many homes? And phase two is projected for how many homes? The traffic study did say 600. Jackie said it was more like 800 for that area that we're redesignating tonight. So I'm just confused now with the numbers myself for phase one, for phase two.
Again, phase two is a concept plan, and it had a maximum with the entire area, not just the area designated tonight of 800. But that's, again, something that will be, that's not what we aren't applying for that at this moment. So that number is conceptual and completely not to be held to in any way, shape, or form.
Thank you.
Thank you. And no follow-up questions for me. Thank you, Ms. Wilkie. I will read the resolution to close the public hearing, and then if there's further discussion from council. Be it resolved that council do hereby close the public hearing and resume the regular meeting of council. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Bichetti, seconded. Councillor Link, any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Thank you. I will read the resolution and we can have discussion. Be it resolved that bylaw 2021-1, being a bylaw of the rural municipality of West St. Paul to designate the subject lands as an emerging residential neighborhood policy area, be read a second time. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Bichetti, seconded by Councillor Prague, and I will go around the virtual table here. Any comments for discussion? Councillor Link? Okay. Councillor Kleiber, any comments for discussion?
I would just say, I think that emerging residential it covers a number of different zones. I know that the RG zone has not been applied for in the next application. But we talk about diversity so much, and I always hear developers saying diversity, diversity, but I don't see the bigger lot diversity. I see the smaller lot diversity. So my comments are just that I hope that we can see a bigger lot diversity coming up, because if we really want to be diverse, we have to be able to offer a range, and I don't think that range is there. And then my other comment is, I think we'll talk about it in zoning, but I'd like to see some of the sustainability things that Mr. Bucker was talking about, and whether or not we can do some of those things. I mean, we talk about West St. Paul as an up and coming community, and I think if we want to brand ourselves as an up and coming community, let's talk about up and coming, cutting edge concepts of sustainability that we could do as well. I know there's a lot of people in our community on board with that kind of a approach and direction. So if we can do that, I think that would be great.
Thank you, Councillor Clyburn. Councillor Pereg, any comments for discussion? Thank you. Councillor Bichetti, any comments for discussion?
Yeah, just more some comments. Like West St. Paul has gone very diversified. Like, we've got everything from acreage to multifamily to, you know, the smaller lot for the person downsizing. That's within 2 to 5 minutes of each other. So to have the areas all mixed in together, I don't even know if that's what people would really be looking for. Being diverse within a 5-minute area is close to what everybody's been talking about. It's all over. It's not like we're going out west and putting 44-foot lots in these RS zoned areas in the middle of a field where there's farmland all around it. So I feel that we are very diverse. So that's just my comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. My comments for the area being residential makes sense. It's been part of long-term planning in the area. I am proud of the diverse housing options we have. I think it's important to have sustainability conversations. Part of the problem is what's market driven and how do homes stay affordable in West St. Paul. So I'm really surprised to see the cost of some of the houses coming in, and that even townhouses, a fourplex, 1 unit in West St. Paul is going for $544,000. So how do you have affordable housing for people to come to our community with their families and address sustainability issues? We've talked about fire suppression and a lot of different issues that would really be innovative. How is it still affordable? And when I'm seeing a fourplex and 1 unit going for $544,000, how do we still have it affordable? So I think those are great conversations and really good comments and discussion coming up that have been raised. All right, with no further discussion then, I will ask for a recorded vote. And I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. All right, we have our third reading of the Middle Church Secondary Plan Bylaw Amendment. Be it resolved that Bylaw 2021-1, being a bylaw of the Rural Municipality of West St. Paul to designate the subject lands as an emerging residential neighborhood policy area, be read a third and final time, signed, sealed, and therefore passed as a bylaw of the Rural Municipality of West St. Paul. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Bichetti, seconded Councillor Pereg. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Thank you. All right. We are down to item 5.2, and I will open up the public hearing. Be it resolved that the meeting of council recess for the purpose of hosting a public hearing pursuant to section 74(1) of the Planning Act. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Link, seconded Councillor Pereg. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Thank you. And Mr. Planner, I will turn it back over to you to guide us through your report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the next application deals with substantially the same lands. It's a zoning bylaw amendment application to rezone these lands from A80 agricultural and M1 rural industrial to an RS service residential zone. Similar to the last application, first reading for this application was given at the February 25th meeting of council. So this is the public hearing stage of the amendment application. As you can see by the location map, this, as I mentioned, is substantially similar area to the previous application. There is a little bit additional land, whereas the last application was roughly 115 acres. This deals with approximately 126 acres. So that's because there's a portion to the far east on the right side of the screen, the little jet out, that was already designated emerging, so it didn't require a secondary plan amendment, but it is currently zoned A80, so it would need to be rezoned to an RS zone as proposed in order to facilitate the type of development that's being proposed. As I mentioned, the subject lands are currently zoned A80 and M1. This application would be to rezone the entire area of land encompassed by the black dash line to an RS serviced residential zone. And again, similar to the last application, the subject lands are comprised of parts of 6 different property titles, approximately 126 acres in total. So the RS zone that's being proposed provides for single-family housing that's fully serviced with municipal water and wastewater. It is consistent with the development plan as well as the Middle Church secondary plan, which states that lands west of the railway to McPhillips Street are to be predominantly single-family residential. Again, this is the applicant's concept plan. So the application before you now, the zoning amendment deals only with the lands encompassed by the red dashed line. So there are some questions for the last application regarding the lands immediately south. But again, the application before council is just dealing with the lands encompassed by the red dash line before you on the screen. So if council does approve the zoning amendment, they will still have to approve a subdivision application before the lots that are shown on the concept plan here, the lots and the roads and the public reserves are created. So this would be the penultimate step in terms of council approval. Subdivision approval would still would be required before the lots are actually created. With that subdivision application, that would be the step at which concerns about, for example, lot sizes and recreational facilities and things of that nature would be addressed. So again, this is the rezoning application. A subdivision application would be required before additional developable lots for residential use are created. And again, I just want to reiterate that this is a concept plan before you. It is subject to change. Just illustrates how the lands could be developed. So the RS service residential zone, as I mentioned, it provides for single-family housing, fully serviced with water and wastewater. The table before you now shows the site requirements. There's a minimum site area of 4,400 square feet and a minimum site width of 44 feet in this zone. Now, again, these are minimums. There are no maximums. So approval of this zoning wouldn't require at the subdivision stage for lots to be that size. They could certainly be larger as deemed necessary by the developer and council. Also, before you on the screen are the bulk regulations that would apply to a main use on an RS zoned property, a main use being, in most cases, a single family dwelling in this zone. So our office has no concerns with this amendment. As I mentioned, it is consistent with the development plan as well as the secondary plan. Our office has no concerns. The commenting agencies also identified no concerns. Similar to the last application, since the report was completed, we did hear from a number of additional agencies, all of them noting no concerns, provided that the related secondary plan amendment was approved, which it just was. So Manitoba Agriculture, Environmental Compliance and Enforcement Branch of Manitoba Conservation, the Community Planning Branch of Municipal Relations, and the City of Selkirk have all indicated that they have no concerns since the report was finalized. Manitoba Conservation did note that all approvals related to an extension of municipal services must be completed, but again, This type of concern would be addressed at the subdivision stage. Anything to do with infrastructure requirements would be addressed at the subdivision stage. So that's all I have for this application. Madam Mayor, as always, would welcome any questions council has. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Payton. I will go around the council table. Councillor Link, any questions for Mr. Payton?
So an RS designation means that no multifamily is permitted, correct?
That's correct.
Now, also, no senior home is permitted in RS. If we go up one designation to RC, which is very, very similar to RS in many ways, senior homes are conditional use in an RC zone. The lots are double the site area, well, not quite double. A 16-foot width difference. Less coverage, 10% less coverage for the maximum site cover. But I think we want some diversity of use in this area as well. And we want to perhaps provide some alternatives for seniors in this area as well, more diverse communities. Councillor Parag and I attended a conference not long ago, and Councillor Parag was talking about the advantages of having some seniors' homes. Well, these would be small seniors' homes, but perhaps it's a way to accommodate more diversity. If we look at zoning one up from RS, which doesn't allow for this at all, not permitted. That's all I have to say right now. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Bichetti, any questions for the planner?
Just to clarify on this bulk regulations, it says you got 18 feet from the home to the street, but it's actually 18 feet from the home to the RM right away, correct?
Yes, setback distances are measured from the property line, so it's not the actual paved portion of the road. It's actually the road right of way itself.
On average, what's the road right away that's left from, say, the asphalt or concrete road to that? Just roughly, just so that we can.
Yeah, it does vary by street. I might recommend that your administration address that question as they deal with the road requirements.
Okay, do we have our planning in there just for that kind of question?
I couldn't say 100% at this time. It would vary a little bit depending on the type of road. On average, I would roughly say 8 to 10 feet.
That's close enough for me. I'm just more curious on how long the driveways would be, making sure there's not one vehicle in there with the bumper hanging off. But it sounds like there's lots of room. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Prague, any questions for our planner?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Kleiber, any questions for our planner? Okay. No questions for me as well. Thank you. Have we got the applicant online?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have Jackie Wilkie with us this evening for this application as well.
Welcome back, Ms. Wilkie.
Hello. Just trying to find myself here so I can. Something odd happened there. Sorry.
We're all trying to find ourselves.
Here, all of a sudden, my computer just decided that I was no longer in the meeting, and then I had to come back in again. So,
Welcome back.
sorry, I have a small presentation again, just to, if my mouse would work. There we go. So for our rezoning application, rezoning from A80 and M1 to RS in order to facilitate future residential development. Of course, my mouse does not want to work today. The proposed amendment is to provide the appropriate zoning to match the zoning to the south and east for future single-family development, which is existing RS on both sides. The existing A80 and M1 is to be modified to RS to permit a range of lot sizes that are in keeping with the Middle Church town site area lot sizes. Again, this with the Middle Church being designated as the town site, it's meant as the hub for West St. Paul, looking at more of a town site development. Lands to the south were designated emerging residential neighborhood and the ones to the north. The area of highway commercial that's being taken out is being redesignation takes the back portion of the lots, and so the lots facing Capitalist will be similar to those facing Capitalist all the way around, so that we have a contiguous area within this space. And as we noted before, we have a conceptual, very conceptual development plan where we're showing areas of single-family development and with ponds and park areas. The reason that we are looking at doing RS is to be contiguous with the RS that has been designated in phase 1 and to the south of this area in here. We have an area of multifamily that could become seniors depending on the viability of that within the area. Just for information for council, our office just recently did a study for assisted living and personal care homes outside of the city limits for rural areas and what the availability and ability is for them to be developed. Some of the key points are that you need to have approximately 300 units on a development to make it viable. Financially for an assisted living and independent living facility. And you need to be within 15-minute walk of transit so that your employees are able to get to the site. So having seniors development out in this area here would not necessarily be conducive to the planning of a seniors area. As we had said before, this is our rezoning application. We still have a subdivision application to come, and then the development agreement process and construction following that. We look forward to any questions from following up on the questions that were done previously.
Thank you. Councillor Kleiber, any questions for Ms. Wilkie?
Hi, Miss Wilkie. Welcome back. You know, we've talked lots, and I was at your River Springs Grove presentation, and I'm looking at the municipality as a whole, not necessarily just this. And so when we're passing different things, and I know we're looking at an isolated area, but I feel like my function is to look at everything. So Councillor Bichetti made a comment that we have lots of different availability of different types of lots. That's true, we do. But none of the larger lots are for sale right now. They're taken. The only ones that are left are over there by the bus depot, and nobody wants to be backing onto a bus depot. So I'm going to reiterate and make a comment to you. I would still like to see what I've seen in on the south perimeter, what I've seen in Point, what I've seen presented in open houses. lots, and the maximum has always been 60 feet. I've never seen anything bigger in these presentations. And so I would just like to reiterate to you that I would like to see something that is a little bit bigger. And you had mentioned, well, if we go with RG, then it's 15,000 square feet. Yeah, I get that. That's pretty big. But I would put to you that I've seen Countryside Crossings in East St. Paul that has 10,000 square feet for that development, and it's selling very well. And we also have River's Edge that was also 100 frontage. Now, I'm not asking for 100 frontage, but I'm just asking if we can have a couple more of those bigger lots, something, maybe, I don't know how many, 75-foot lots, so that we have more variety and choices for people. And that's my comment with that. Thank you.
We would look at larger lots if we felt that we would be able to do that and sell them. They are not affordable to have a service large. It becomes the lots over in the work on Richard Farm properties. They were the most expensive lots at the time when we started doing this 25 years ago. They are still the most expensive lots. They are elitist. That's
great. And how big are the Pritchard lot ones?
They are. Now you're making me remember things from 25 years ago.
Well, I know Country Crossings is 100 feet width.
They aren't 100 feet. The minimum size in Pritchard Farm was 85 was the minimum width, I believe.
Yeah.
And again, that's not that is not an affordable or an inclusive design for.
Okay. So what so what I'm saying is I'm not necessarily saying 75 by with a 15,000 square foot area. It could be 75 by 100. So you're looking at 7,500, which I think is reasonable and manageable, and just gives people some options. I would like to see, when I see a builder buying two lots to amalgamate into one, clearly there's some kind of market for it. We've had people purchase up lots on Jackman Road that are bigger, quite substantially bigger. So I'm just trying to. We've sort of been pegged in this 4460 and nothing else, and that's why I'm just asking if Waterside could consider some lots. I'm not saying you have to do 50 of them. I'm just saying some lots that are a little bit bigger, so that we have some diversity in there.
It can be considered. Again, we aren't at that subdivision.
No, I understand that.
So that can be considered and looked at as part of the market and see what's saleable on the market for the cost that would be. As everyone knows, the cost of a lot is based on how the frontage of the lot. So it's how much you're going to have. And then the depth of the lot is what you're able to do for making a subdivision work. Again, the bigger the lot, the less we're able to do for other things as well. So your density is important for your town site development. Just looking at, sorry, I just brought up a map of the Middle Church and environs, just to give an idea of where we're talking about. So this is the area that we're talking about. This is your Middle Church town site within this area. And then your larger lots, you have a bit of ability to do those in other areas. The land isn't open at the moment, but that doesn't mean that it can't be open in the future.
So Ms. Wilkie, you made a comment. You just said when we have larger lots, there are things we can't do. Can you elaborate on that?
It eats into the amount of it eats into the amount of amenities that we're able to provide. When you're having less density, you're having less people coming in, so it affects the amount of commercial that you have in the front. It also affects your PR space as well, because you're dealing with bigger lots. So if you're having larger lots, and if you have smaller lots, you have a little bit more density of where they are. You can do bigger PR spaces with that. It's just a function of the space that you have available. I mean, I'd be happy to go through all of that as a planning exercise, just to sort of show how it all works together, but it's not the appropriate place right now.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate your comments.
Thank you. Councillor Bichetti, any questions for Ms. Wilkie?
Yes, just some questions here. What, just for clarification, I just don't have the number right in front of me. The trails was how many lots?
I'm going to have to get that from Donna.
Okay, just for usage sake, I'm going to say 250 to 300 because it's right around there. I'm just going more on demand there because I'm only speaking when I was on my first term. We started another development called the Creeks with big lots, which has Mr. CAO. I haven't got a clue how many have been started through that, which has been 10 years. We're looking at the trails, which has been 3 years, 5 years. I don't know exact dates. So, we're speaking on demand for what's coming up and for diversity. Well, we really have that with that kind of development versus this one. So I'm just trying to clarify, we're talking different size lots. And I believe you have done your homework looking at where the demand is right now. So thank you.
Councillor Prague, any questions for Ms. Wilkie?
Not a question, a comment. We're talking about larger lots. And if you go to Lister Rapids North, that development been going on and all those large lots are sitting there. And the cost of those large lots is shying people away.
Councillor Link, thank you, Councillor Prague. Councillor Link, any questions for Ms. Wilkie?
Just to reiterate, RS really limits the use to residential only.
Yes.
Single family, I should say, single family. There isn't that much difference between the space needed between RS and RC, but more diversity of use could result. That's why I would like to see some give from RS. Thank you.
Thank you. The up is significant in terms of the size for single family development. And if you're looking at trying to do other work, like you're saying with seniors, trying to put that into an area that is well away from services and communities, it's harder to put that in.
Councillor Link, go ahead.
Well, seniors now love to walk, and we do have handy van services, and those can expand. And who else knows what we can do if that area did attract a fair number of seniors? Who else? I mean, we shouldn't be limiting ourselves in what we can envision for attracting seniors into an area.
Thank you, Councillor Kleiber, or Councillor Link, I apologize. Ms. Wilkie, I did just have one question. I'm not sure if you're aware or not. Some of the things that have been mentioned are about lot size and having larger lot sizes, and you talk about affordability. Is there an idea of what a lot size that is 75 feet wide goes for? We've been doing budget talks in West St. Paul in the last couple of weeks or more. And one of the things that came out was the average assessed value of current homes in West St. Paul is $435,000, which of course is the average. So to create lots, and residents are saying existing residents not moving into these areas are saying they'd like to see larger lots. What's a price point on just the land for a 75-foot lot?
I just been in consultation, and right now the average would be somewhere in the $280,000 range just for the land. That's dirt.
Before a house has gone on there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so in a development like the trails, a lot that's 44 feet by 100 feet, my understanding was they were going for 140, if that's correct, on just the land before the house comes up.
I believe that's somewhere in there, yeah.
So once you get into the market, and I'm by no means an expert in this area at all, but I imagine it's concerning because once you get into the market of $700,000-800,000 homes, how many people are able to afford that and looking for that? So if that's what this council creates, are we going to have that land sit there and people not being able to purchase and afford it, like we see in the creeks of West St. Paul and other areas where past councils have done that?
That's that could be. Again, we're not adverse to taking a look at having some larger lots within the RS designation. But again, it would be based on market demand and what we would see for being able to have that in and having affordability. And the size would be based on having some affordability in those lots as well. There may be a few people who want to have a big lot, but it's likely similar to as was noted on River Spring, where there's over 20, or there's a block of lots and 2 of them or 3 of them are being changed into 2 lots. So it's not a high demand.
It's challenging, and I know we've had a recent subdivision come to council in a rural area with larger lots, 4 acre, 1.5, and it was defeated. So it's I don't know if the demand is there for the larger lots, but definitely appreciate the discussion. Councillor Link had her hand up, and then Councillor Kleiber. Go ahead, Councillor Link.
Thank you. I'd just like to point out that the width for RC is 16 feet more than the width for RS. It is 60 feet wide. The front yard is the same for both. The rear yard is the same for both. The minimum unit size is the same. What we have is an area that is bigger.
Right, but
The thing is, it's the use. It is the use that can have more variety in it.
But your minimum lot size is 36% bigger than the minimum lot size in an RS.
Well,
so if I do $140,000 times 1.36, now your minimum price is coming closer to 200,000 instead of 140 for the land.
with no variety of use for RS.
For this area, for this particular area, yes.
Yeah.
Which is why in the Middle Church secondary plan, the town site also allows RMF1 and RMF2 as designations as well within the town site to give those opportunities to have that variety of use, which is something that we were looking at doing within phase 1, where we have the multifamily site and we have the side-by-side lots. And there is potential for other lots closer to the amenities that has that opportunity. So
thank you.
Councillor Kleiber, go ahead.
Just a comment. We all, obviously on council, we have different viewpoints, and I respect everybody's viewpoint on what should be there and what diversity and what diversity isn't. And just for clarification, the recent subdivision you mentioned was defeated mostly because it didn't meet sustainability requirements for septic field. So you have to be careful with information. I respect Councillor Bichetti's view that he feels it's diverse enough, and I respect that. And I expect that council would respect my views, which I feel there could be a mixture of lot sizes. And I think that before we say that, oh, they're not selling, we have to have really concrete facts about that first, and not speculate why they're not selling or if they have been sold. So let's just stay away from that. I think what we want to establish here is what do we want to see, and consider our residents. And I think that's fair, and I respect everybody's opinion on council. They can choose to vote the way they choose, and I can vote to choose the way I choose. And Ms. Wilkie has been very receptive to all our views. So thank you, Ms. Wilkie.
I absolutely agree with you, Councillor Kleiber. I think there's been excellent sharing of ideas. I think it's important to take stock of what we have in West St. Paul and to look at that. And I think all of the ideas that have been brought up in terms of what's selling and what's not selling and the value of that, really good, healthy conversation from everyone. So I think everybody's been very respectful and nothing to be careful about. I think all good ideas have come out in good discussion. So thank you everyone for participating in that. Ms. Elias, do we have anyone registered in support?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have Donna Thordarson here with us this evening. She's registered in favor.
Yes, good evening.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I have been doing some very attentive listening to all of the comments, and I just want to address a couple of them. Mrs. Link, you mentioned about the diversity of use and about the seniors living, and you talk about being designated as RC is more your preference. When we did the first phase of Parkview Point, we had listened again, and we created the bungalow condos. And those really were designed more for a senior lifestyle. The plans that are being developed are typically 2-bedroom main floor, so you get 2 principal bedrooms on the main floor with a nice sized kitchen, dining area, and living room. And then you have room for a 3-season room on the back of the home. So that typically is marketed towards a senior than it is for a young family. And it becomes affordable. So by the RC designation that you're referring to, and my understanding is from what was discussed that it's a 70-foot wide lot, again, that becomes unaffordable. And especially for seniors, they're not going to want to be spending $200,000 for a lot to build a home on it. It just becomes unattainable for them. The other thing I want to talk about is Mrs. Kleiber. So the 75-foot lots that you're talking about in RG, you know what? We'd love to incorporate that all day long, but they're not selling. Our river lots in the trails, there's 200 lots, by the way, that was developed in the trails. Those river lots, we are having one heck of a time, not just because they're on the river, but because they are 75 feet wide. They're selling for $300,000 a lot, 280 to 289 to 300 plus. They're very expensive lots, and there is a very small piece of the pie that can afford that. Because not only do you have to pay for the land, but then you also have to design a house that's going to fit on the footprint to accommodate that. So as much as we would love to incorporate it, I think that's going to be a tough one. As you already know, in the first phase of Parkview Point, we went back how many times readjusting the size of the lots, and we incorporated the 50-foot wides, the 52, 54-foot wides. Those ones are attainable. So I'm sure with our next redesign of our next phase, some of those sizes can be incorporated because at present they are still affordable to probably that second time home purchaser. It's their second home that they're building. They want a little bit more space. What was the other one? The 44 wide lots are in huge demand. They really attract that first time home buyer and those people that are wanting to move outside of the city, out into West St. Paul. It just gives them the trails and the close proximity to the city that people are looking for. The Sonova Center is a huge attraction, all of that type of lifestyle. So when we redesign our next phase, we will be taking all of that into consideration for sure. But again, I just wanted to address that the bungalow condos were more directed for the seniors, and the single family will have a mix of lot widths to accommodate the first-time home buyer to the second-time home buyer, and just along those lines. Yes, affordability is key.
Great, thank you so much. I'm going to go around the virtual council table here again, and everybody will have an opportunity. Councillor Kleiber, I will start with you. Go ahead.
Is it okay if I call you by your first name?
Of course.
Thanks. So Donna, I did mention the RG at the beginning, but Ms. Wilkie did point out that it was 15,000 square feet, and I know that that would be rebuffed. So I did say, 75 by 100, so 7,500 square feet. If you recall, I was the one that asked for bungalow duplexes, and I'm actually very excited about that going in, because I've actually had inquiries from people that I curl with and people I golf with to ask about those bungalows. So
yes.
I'll be directing them your way. There seems to be a huge demand for these bungalows, duplexes, and we see a lot of that happening in East St. Paul. So I was wondering, I know that you conceptually, and this is out of line here as far as the application goes, but I know you've got that multifamily up against the industrial. Will you be putting more in for seniors, like 60-foot lots?
I don't know, that we haven't designed something specific for that site. I will bring your attention over to East St. Paul for a moment, though. Those are not side-by-sides. Those are fourplexes.
Oh, fourplexes, right.
So they're not even a true side-by-side. So that's even more dense than what we were asked to obtain in.
Very nice community, though. Wouldn't you? Oh, sorry. It's a very nice community, though, and it, as soon as somebody moves out, somebody's moving in. It's in high demand. So I'm glad to see that those bungalow duplexes are going in. I think it's going to be fantastic for.
Well, the builders are very excited about that product for sure. Absolutely.
Yeah. Good decision. As far as we had a discussion quickly about, and because I know your waterside development, we had a quick discussion about, you probably heard it on the development plan, about sustainability. Is that something that you as a developer can ask for from a builder, to use sustainable energy when they're building?
I think that that's really beyond my scope. I think that that's something that would have to be sat down and discussed with the powers that be. The Manitoba Home Builders Association, like big organization, that's really truly beyond our scope. It's definitely, it's something, food for thought. My understanding is with electric furnaces and whatnot, it's typically because you couldn't get gas ran to your property. But for those that want to do that type of building, they could opt that with the builder and just say, I want to switch out my gas furnace for an electric. So those opportunities are there, but to create a sustainable community, that's beyond what, I'm able to discuss this evening for sure.
Okay, well, thank you. I did do some studies in sustainability and sustainable housing myself, and my house went electric when we added. So we do have electric forced air, and we did have options, but we chose that just for sustainability reasons.
Right.
I'd like to see more of it, but I'm glad you answered the question, and maybe we need to go another route.
I know Hydro at one time was doing their Power Smart program. I don't know why they don't bring that back in. That would probably help with attaining some of that level of sustainability in the home builds.
Well, thanks for answering my questions.
No problem.
Councillor Link, any questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Bichetti, any questions?
Just thanks, Donna, for your facts, because you're pretty well living this, so this is as current as it gets, I guess. You're telling us what the market's asking for. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Prague, any questions?
No questions.
And no questions for me as well. Just thank you for sharing information, helping us make informed decisions. We appreciate that.
No problem. Thanks for your time this evening.
Thank you. Ms. Elias, do we have anyone else registered in support?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have Bill McGarry, Nathan Mailing, and Robert Doolin registered in support. In opposition, we have Norma and Michael Alberg. Mrs. Alberg, she submitted a comment stating, this is continuing to force unacceptable density of housing into the West St. Paul area in violation of the intentions stated in the Middle Church secondary plan. Other than that, no one was registered against other than them, and no one for information.
And maybe I can follow up with the planner on that statement read. Mr. Payton, do you have any comment about this being in violation? And sorry, Ms. Elias, can you read that again?
She notes it's in violation of the intentions stated in the Middle Church secondary plan in reference to the density of housing.
I'm going to refer that to our planner.
That is not the case. This is fully consistent with the secondary plan, both the designation the council just approved and the general policies for development of this area.
Thank you for the clarification. Ms. Wilkie, then, if there's anything else that you would like to add before we close the public hearing?
No, I don't believe so. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, I will read the resolution then to close the public hearing. Be it resolved that council do hereby close the public hearing and resume the regular meeting of council. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Bichetti, seconded Councillor Link. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Thank you. I will read the resolution. Be it resolved that...
Oh, never mind. It's okay. I was just going to ask you to ask Donna to mute. That's okay.
Thanks. Be it resolved that bylaw 2021-2P, being a bylaw of the Rural Municipality of West St. Paul, to rezone the subject lands from A80 agricultural and M1 rural industrial to RS serviced residential be read a second time. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Bichetti, seconded Councillor Prague. I'll go around the table if there's any comments. Councillor Link, any comments for discussion? Councillor Kleiber, any comments for discussion? Councillor Prague and Councillor Bichetti.
Thank you.
Okay. And I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. And we have third reading. Be it resolved that the bylaw 2021-2P, being a bylaw of the Rural Municipality of West St. Paul, to rezone the subject lands from A80 agricultural and M1 rural industrial to RS serviced residential be read a third and final time, signed, sealed, and therefore passed as a bylaw of the Rural Municipality of West St. Paul. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Bichetti, seconded Councillor Prague. Any discussion? Councillor Link, any comments? Councillor Kleiber, Councillor Prague, and Councillor Bichetti. None from me as well. I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. That concludes our public hearing portion for this evening. We now have two other planning items under general planning matters. We have subdivision S212883, 725 Blackdale Road. Mr. Planner, I will turn it over to you to share information with council and our residents.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the first subdivision application before council this evening, subdivision number S212883. This is for the property at 725 Blackdale Road. The application is to subdivide this lot, which is zoned A4 agricultural, into two lots of 4.913 acres in size. The lots are intended for residential use. As you can see by the context map here, the lot is located on the east side of Blackdale Road, south of Northumberland. As I mentioned, both proposed lots are 4.913 acres in area. That exceeds the minimum requirement of 4 acres in the A4 agricultural zone. However, both lots would require variances for site width. The minimum requirement in the A4 zone is 198 feet. The applicant is proposing lots that are 150 feet in width. So just generally speaking, this is what is being proposed. The lot is being split down the middle as per the applicant's proposal into two equally sized lots, again 150 feet in width, 4.9 acres in area. And as I mentioned previously, the lots are zoned A4. The property rather is zoned A4. There are some rural residential lots across Blackdale Road, and there are some agricultural 80-acre properties to the east, to the rear of the subject property. So proposed lot 1 encompasses an existing residential use. Proposed lot 2 is intended for future residential development. The application is generally consistent with the development plan, which states that lands designated as agriculture restricted should be generally a minimum of 4-acre size. That is, new lots created in that designation should be generally 4 acres in size. And again, the lots being proposed are 4.913 acres in area, as you can see on the applicant subdivision application map. So the applicant did indicate that the proposed lots would be serviced by septic fields. However, as per Manitoba Conservation, who is the provincial authority regulating on-site services, the width of the proposed lots at 150 feet is not sufficient to allow for septic fields. Therefore, the lots would need to be serviced by holding tanks, and the existing septic field on proposed lot 1 would need to be decommissioned. Now, there are no concerns with the use of holding tanks from a policy perspective. The development plan states only that the provincial authority should stipulate the relevant requirements, and they did not object to the use of holding tanks. But again, septic fields would not be permitted on the proposed lots. Manitoba Infrastructure requested a condition of approval that would require the owners to obtain a permit for widening the existing driveway in order to for that driveway to serve as a joint access as is being proposed. And you can see that existing driveway on the subdivision application map before you. You might also be able to see a garage, an existing garage that's straddling the proposed boundary between the two lots. So if approved, this garage would need to be removed or relocated so that it's not straddling that boundary. Government agencies generally noted no concerns with the proposed subdivision. Should council wish to approve the application, our office recommends the following conditions be placed. First, that the applicant submits confirmation in writing from the CAO that taxes have been paid, development levies have been paid, and a development agreement has been entered into to address the following, but not limited to development fees, servicing, and a drainage/lot grading plan. Condition number 2, that the applicant provide written confirmation from Manitoba Conservation and Climate that the existing septic field has been decommissioned and a compliant system installed. Condition number 3, that the existing garage straddling the boundary between proposed lot 1 and proposed lot 2 is removed or relocated. Condition number 4, the applicant obtain all required variances. Again, the variances would be required for site width for each of the proposed lots. And condition number 5, the owners are required to obtain a permit from Manitoba Infrastructure for widening of the access onto PR 220. The access to be widened to the north in order to serve as a joint access. So that's all I have for this application, Madam Mayor. I look forward to any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Planner. Councillor Prague, any questions to the planner?
No questions.
Thank you. Councillor Kleiber, any questions to the planner?
Mr. Heaton, could you bring up the overhead picture? There we go. Okay. So that is the house that's on there currently with the driveway. That's a really tight squeeze if you subdivide that land. And are they proposing that their house is going to be at the front? Because that's really tight. And is there enough side yard? And or are they proposing it on the back of the property? Or do you know?
So they haven't indicated where the proposed building would be on the second law, the proposed house. I'm just checking what the requirements are for side yards in that zone.
Okay, while you're doing that, I'd also like you to define agricultural restricted land.
Sure. So the side yard requirements are 25 feet. So with 150 foot wide lot, that would still leave 100 feet of developable area for a proposed house. Agriculture restricted areas, that's a designation in the development plan. So agriculture restricted areas are intended to basically, they can act as a buffer between agricultural lands and more rural residential type development. And if I go move to the zoning map, you can see that's exactly what these A4 zoned lots are. They're a sort of buffer in between the A80 zoning and the RRO zoning across Blackdale Road. So the A4 zoning, or rather, and also the agricultural restricted designation does allow for creation of residential lots as is being proposed, and also small scale agricultural activities.
Right, and the reason I'm asking is I know that my land is agricultural restricted, and I think subdivision was turned down 3 times by for my mother-in-law. So I know that agriculture restricted is very definitive. And the way the lot is right now, it seems to be in keeping with the lots that are currently on that row. That's what it looks like to me.
In terms of lot sizes, what the applicant is proposing would be smaller in width.
Yeah, of any of them on that street right now.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. What are the setbacks if we were to subdivide? What would the setback be there?
From the front
yeah.
property line?
Yeah.
The front yard setback is 50 feet for a new dwelling in the
okay.
A4.
And would they be allowed to put a new driveway in?
I don't know the answer to that. Blackdale Road's a provincial road.
Yeah.
So the applicant proposed a joint access, and that's what Manitoba Infrastructure based their comments on. So
yeah. Okay.
Would have to be confirmed with Manitoba Infrastructure.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Bichetti, any comments, questions for our planner?
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Link, any questions for Mr. Payton?
Yes, I also read the zoning bylaw, and the intended use for AR is limited agricultural use, small endeavors in the agricultural area. Are you aware of, is this the use that's common on this street, in this area? Do you know that, Mr. Planner?
In terms of residential uses, yes, both across the street and to the north and the south, the lots are developed with residential uses.
Yes, but what about how many people are engaging in small agricultural uses on the street?
I don't have that information.
Okay. I agree that if we split this property, it's going to be a lot narrower than other lots in this neighborhood. Are there any requirements for notifying neighbors about a subdivision like this?
No, so this is a subdivision application that does not require a public hearing. Again, that's because the provincial legislation says that public hearings are only required where new roads are being proposed.
Right. Okay. The development plan allows for low-density non-farm uses, and the zoning bylaw permits single-family dwellings on A4 properties, but the zoning bylaw has an intent that A4 zone is to accommodate rural and agricultural uses on smaller lot areas. So if they're simply going to use the property for residential uses only, I'm not sure it fits with the zoning bylaw. Is the applicant going to be speaking tonight?
No, there's no public hearing, so that means.
Oh,
that
right,
not,
right. I'm not thinking here. So the application only mentioned the use of the land for residential purposes.
Yes, and just to clarify, both the development plan and the zoning bylaw wouldn't require lands with the A4 zoning and agricultural restricted designation to have agricultural uses. That's just an option. So residential uses are permitted with or without agricultural.
Well, that's why I was asking about the uses in the neighborhood. And if agricultural use was very common in that neighborhood on those properties nearby. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Link. I just have one question. I know one of the things that we're supposed to consider is whether or not it's generally consistent with the area. And from the satellite picture, which is hard for us to kind of gauge, it looks like the properties across the street are smaller. Is there any idea of the frontage on the properties across the street?
The lots across Blackdale Road that are zoned rural residential appear to be 200 feet in width or greater, so they would be wider than the lots being proposed by the applicant.
And the lots being proposed are 150.
That's right.
Okay. And then just to clarify the question of side yard. So the side yard for this is 25 feet on either side. So just looking at the line divided on the diagrams that we have, it looks like that would give enough. They won't have to come for variance on that, that there would be enough room between the existing house and the new property line.
Let me just confirm. If we can zoom in here. Yeah, so there's 52.4 feet between the house and the proposed property line there.
Double for side yard width. Okay. Okay, those are all the questions I have. Thank you. I will read the resolution then and council can discuss. Be it resolved that the Council of the Rural Municipality of West St. Paul under Section 125(1) of the Planning Act approves subdivision application S21-2883 located at 725 Blackdale Road to subdivide a 4.913 acre lot from an existing 9.826 acre parcel, leaving a residential parcel of 4.913 acres subject to the following conditions. 1, applicant owner submits confirmation in writing from the Chief Administrative Officer of the municipality that A, taxes on the land to be subdivided for the current year plus any arrears have been paid or arrangements satisfactory to council have been made. B, payment of any applicable development levies have been paid. And C, a development agreement has been entered into to address the following but not limited to development fees, servicing, a drainage lot grading plan to be prepared by a qualified engineer and submitted prior to any development to the satisfaction of the municipality, and to ensure that the proposed property does not drain into or impede drainage from neighboring properties. 2, applicant owner to provide written confirmation from Manitoba Conservation and Climate, Environment Compliance and Enforcement Branch that the existing septic field has been decommissioned in accordance with Schedule 1 of the on-site wastewater management system regulation and a compliant system installed. 3, that the existing garage straddling the boundary between proposed lot 1 and proposed lot 2 is removed or relocated. Note that a permit will be required prior to removal, demolition, or relocation. 4, applicant owner to obtain all required variances. And 5, the owners are required to obtain a permit from Manitoba Infrastructure for widening the access onto PR 220. The access is to be widened to the north in order to serve as a joint access. For permit information, please contact below. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Bichetti, seconded Councillor Prague. I will go around the table if there are comments for discussion. Councillor Link, any comments for discussion? You're still on mute.
It's unfortunate that the applicant isn't here this evening to speak with us. I also have a concern about our consistency in terms of septic provisions, on-site water or wastewater. And these lots are going to entail having to have the tanks, and the applicant originally indicated he wanted to use septic fields, and it's unfortunate we cannot speak to him about septic fields versus septic, the tanks that have to be emptied on a regular basis. This area is not scheduled, not planned to have wastewater services. There are no plans that I know of in the near future or in any future for this area. So I have concerns there for the resident and the costs that would have to be involved with tanks and having to empty them and so on and so forth. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Councillor Kleiber, any comments or discussion?
Well, this is my ward, and I'm going to speak to a couple of things that were mentioned. Councillor Link asked if there were any farms or any agricultural use in the area. There are. On this particular side, there are hobby farms. People have goats and chickens and horses. And on the other side, there's a very large dairy farm. So it has remained consistently agricultural. And I would like to see it as such. As a ward councillor, I did receive a letter of opposition from a neighboring property who's concerned about the setback of the house, the shared driveway, and the use of septic tanks versus a septic field. And also the integrity of the neighborhood. So we just finished talking about RS zoning, and a comment was made. I can't remember who, but we have enough diversity and larger lots. But here we are taking a larger lot that's agriculture, and I hope we don't cut it up, because there are other lots that can be used for that. There are lots on Jackman Road. There are lots on Billingham Row that are those sizes and can be purchased for those sizes. But this is largely agricultural restricted, and in my opinion, it should stay as such. So that's my opinion. I know that there was a letter of opposition, but I also know that there were other people that had opposition to this subdivision as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Prague, any comments for discussion? Thank you. Councillor Bichetti, any comments for discussion? Thank you. I have no comments for discussion on this either. So with no further comments then, Councillor Kleiber, go ahead.
Could I get a recorded vote, please?
Recorded request for recorded vote. I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Right, and we have one more subdivision request, 680 Willis Road. I will turn that back over to you, Mr. Planner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the next application is to subdivide the property at 680 Willis Road into 4 equally sized lots 1.249 acres in size. The lots are intended for residential use. The zoning on the property is RRO, Rural Residential Overlay. The application number is S212886. As you can see on the context map before you, the property in question is a through lot with frontage on both Willis and Slater roads. It's approximately 5 acres in total. All the proposed lots would comply with the minimum required site width of 124 feet in the RRO zone. However, all the lots would also require variances to allow for a site area of 1.249 acres. That's less than the minimum requirement of 2 acres in this zone. So something that council needs to consider is whether the proposed lot sizes reflect a rural character, which is something that's excuse me, outlined in development plan policy. So I've just quickly drawn on here roughly the location of the proposed lot parcel boundary. So again, this is an existing property and the applicant is proposing to divide it into 4 equally sized lots, 1.249 acres in area. The applicant indicated that the proposed lots will be serviced by holding tanks. Again, there are no concerns with this from a policy perspective, as the development plan states on-site systems are to be developed in accordance with provincial regulations. Manitoba Conservation, who is the provincial authority regulating on-site services, has no concerns with the proposed subdivision. If we take a look, and as I mentioned, the property is zoned rural residential overlay. There are other rural residential zoned lots across Slater Road. If we take a look at the applicant's subdivision application map, you can see that there are a number of existing accessory buildings on the property. Proposed lot 1 would contain 18 existing accessory buildings. Proposed lot 2 would contain 3. The zoning bylaw in this zone permits a maximum of 3 accessory buildings per property. And it also prohibits accessory buildings on the properties without a main use, without a house. So with that in mind, our office is recommending a condition of approval that would require the removal of the 3 existing accessory buildings on proposed lot 2, as well as a reduction in the number of accessory buildings on proposed lot 1 from 18 down to a maximum of 3. Government agencies generally noted no concerns with the proposed subdivision. Easements are required for Shaw, Bell MTS, and Manitoba Hydro. The proposal is in general conformance with the development plan, which allows for the establishment of rural non-farm residential properties. Should council wish to approve the application, our office recommends the following conditions. First, that the applicant submit confirmation in writing from the CAO that taxes have been paid, development levies have been paid, and a development agreement has been entered into to address the following, but not limited to: development fees, servicing, access, lot grading, recovery fees, and a drainage/lot grading plan. Number 2, that the existing accessory buildings on proposed lot 2 are removed and the number of accessory buildings on proposed lot 1 is reduced, or that variances are obtained. Number 3, applicant to obtain all required variances, and once again, variances would be required for lot area for each of the 4 lots. Number 4, the applicant submit confirmation from Shaw that an easement agreement has been entered into. Number 5, applicant submit written confirmation from Manitoba Hydro and Centra Gas that an easement agreement has been entered into. And 6, and finally, that the applicant submit confirmation from Bell MTS that an easement agreement has been entered into. That's all I have for this application. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Payton. I will go around our virtual council table. Councillor Bichetti, any questions for our planner?
Thank you.
Councillor Prague? Thank you. Councillor Kleiber, any questions for our planner?
To the planner, we had an application for a variance, I believe about a month ago. And there was an issue with the setback. Do you recall that application? There was also a minimum that the developer required for lot width. Do you recall what that minimum was for Slater Road?
The zoning bylaw would specify a minimum front yard setback. I can certainly check that.
And the width, I think was an issue. I want to make sure that if we subdivide this, that the width is in keeping with the development area, you know, as far as what the developer intended. I think it is, but I just want you to check.
So in terms of setback from the road, on Slater Road, there's a range of 50 to 75 feet for new dwellings.
Okay, and what is the,
Road, 65 to 110 feet. The minimum lot width in this zone is, I believe, 124 feet. Yes, 124 feet.
Okay.
In terms of the
It's in compliance.
properties in the general area, if you can see my cursor on screen here, I will direct attention to this property here at 750 Willis Road. So that was just an example of a previously approved subdivision that has similar sized lots. Those lots were 1.24 acres in size, which is what the applicant is proposing here. So there is some.
Thank you. I think, I thank you very much for that information. I just wanted to make sure that the width size was in keeping with the developed areas, and you've confirmed that it is. What was did the applicant indicate an intent why they're splitting it up into 4?
Only that the intent is for residential development. So each of the 4 lots would be intended for residential use. One of the proposed lot 1 would be an existing house.
Right. Okay. So it looks like that area is already Red River Corridor. So whether you wanted to or not, that would have to be a holding tank, correct?
Let me just take a look here.
I think it's Red River Corridor. I'm pretty sure. It is Ward 3.
I'm just going to verify that.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, it is in the Red River Corridor.
Great. Okay, thank you very much for that confirmation. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Link, any questions for Mr. Payton?
I guess just to confirm, Mr. Payton, it is the area in an rural overlay, 2 acres is required. And even if it was a rural residential, 1.37 acres would be required for each lot.
Correct.
That's right. So the area required doesn't cut it for either RR or RRO zones. But the width is fine. And you say there are other properties of a similar size down the road, 1.249 acres?
Yes, there are properties on the stretch that are of a similar size. What development plan policy says is that council must consider whether the lot sizes are reflective of a rural character. So that's really up to interpretation for council, whether they believe these lot sizes are reflect a rural character.
Thank you.
Thank you. No questions from me. I will read the resolution and then we can discuss. Be it resolved that council for the rural municipality. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Kleiber, if you have additional questions for our planner.
About that, I just wanted to quickly follow up with the planner. So these lots are in keeping with what's going on in that street. They're in keeping with the width size, correct? Right? And so
there are other properties in the area that have a similar width.
Okay, so my question is, in the application, it talks about variances. Now we're subdividing it. Are they going to have to be coming back for a variance to be under the 1.249, or is that part of this whole subdivision application?
No, they would have to come back to council to obtain those variances, and there would be public hearings associated with the variance.
Okay, so we're subdividing it, but they still have to come back for variance.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Oh,
you.
and could I have a recorded vote too, please?
Be it resolved that the Council of the Rural Municipality of West St. Paul, under Section 125(1) of the Planning Act, approved subdivision application S21-2886 located at 680 Willis Road to subdivide an existing approximate 5-acre lot into 4 new lots measuring 1.249 acres in size, subject to the following conditions. 1, applicant owner submits confirmation in writing from the Chief Administrative Officer of the municipality that A, taxes on the land to be subdivided for the current year plus any arrears have been paid or arrangements satisfactory to council have been made. B, payment of any applicable development levies have been paid. And C, a development agreement has been entered into to address the following but not limited to development fees, servicing, access, lot grading, recovery fees. A drainage lot grading plan to be prepared by a qualified engineer and submitted prior to any development to the satisfaction of the municipality, and to ensure that the proposed property does not drain into or impede drainage from neighboring properties. 2, that the existing accessory buildings on proposed lot 2 are removed and the number of accessory buildings on the proposed lot 1 is reduced to 3 or variances are obtained. Note that a permit may be required prior to removal or demolition of any accessory buildings greater than 120 square feet in area. 3, applicant owner to obtain all required variances. 4, applicant owner submits written confirmation from Shaw Cable that an easement agreement has been entered into with Shaw Cable with respect to existing and or future facilities associated with the subdivision as required by the Real Planning Act. 5, applicant owner submits written confirmation from Manitoba Hydro and Central Gas Manitoba Inc. that an easement agreement or agreements has been entered into with Manitoba Hydro and Central Gas Manitoba Inc. with respect to existing and or future facilities associated with the subdivision, and a plan of easement as required by the Real Planning Act has been provided. Registration of this agreement will be included as a condition of the final certificate of approval, contact information listed. 6, application owner submits written confirmation from Bell MTS that an easement agreement has been entered into with Bell MTS with respect to existing and or future facilities associated with the subdivision. Any plan of easement as required by the Real Planning Act has been provided. Registration of the agreement will be included as a condition of the final certificate of approval. Contact Bell MTS. That information is included. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Pereg, seconded by Councillor Bichetti. Any further discussion? Councillor Bichetti, any further comments? Councillor Pereg, Councillor Kleiber, Councillor Link, and no further comments from me as well. There's a request for a recorded vote from Councillor Kleiber. I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Planner, for walking us through the planning items this evening. We very much appreciate your help and your reports.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. We are going to take a break now. I'm sure everybody's a little bit exhausted and needs a break. I'm going to say a 20-minute break to have a drink and come back. So water, have a water. So 5 after 9, which is clarify that. I'm not telling council members to go off and drink. And we'll see you back at 5 after 9. We are back live. Thank you, and recorded for those watching this recorded. Thank you for your patience and for waiting. We are at 7.1 in our meeting agenda for this evening, confirmation of minutes. I will read the resolution for the minutes of March 25th. Be it resolved that the minutes of the regular meeting of council held on March 25th, 2021 be approved. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Bichetti, seconded Councillor Prague. Any discussion? Councillor Link, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm having a problem with resolution 19.3.2.1 because it does not reflect what happened at the meeting. The reason it doesn't reflect what happened at the meeting was that resolution 19.3.2.1 was declared carried after the vote. So it's not an accurate depiction of what went on. And also there is a note after the word defeated, which is inaccurate. A note, and this happened once before, that a note was added to minutes after a resolution. Section 127 brackets 2 of the Municipal Act says that the minutes of every council meeting are made without note or comment. So I believe that this resolution needs to be done again at this meeting. And I'm sure we can rely on our MLO to come up with a suitable resolution that would help people to realize what actually transpired in the Risen report and in this vote.
Councillor Link, thank you. Through the CAO, I'm going to refer your comments and questions to the Municipal Legislative Officer, Ms. Shaw, if that is okay with our CAO. Yep, Ms. Shaw.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, we reached out to our legal for advice on this vote and how to best reflect it in the minutes. And the advice was to record it as a defeated vote, as that's what the legislation requires from a 3-2 vote on a resolution of this nature. And it was advised that the note should be included in the minutes for clarity, as normally a 3-2 vote would be a carried resolution. And of course, in this case, it is a defeated resolution.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw.
May I comment?
Yes, Ms. Councillor Link, go ahead.
So on 2 counts then, the legal advised that the Municipal Act did not have to be followed regarding that note and regarding how the vote that actually was carried was defeated. She advised not to follow the act on 2 counts. You're telling me that?
I think that's a bit tongue-in-cheek. I think that we are providing clarity. A note would be saying, I think a note would be talking about behavior or something that would not be appropriate. In this case, it was extremely appropriate to have a note, especially considering pending legislation that may be changing the majority +1 requirement. I think anyone looking back at these minutes will benefit from that clarification. So I don't think in this case adding a post note is, it's not the intent of the Municipal Act to not allow that sort of clarification.
the lawyer said that is not the intent of 127(2)?
That is what I'm saying, Councillor Link. The municipal lawyer suggested that we have a note in the minutes to explain the applicable legislation.
And the applicable legislation right now has not yet been changed. I'm having a hard time with this.
If it is the wish of council, we can remove the post note.
Would that be the recommendation of our municipal lawyer?
No, it would not.
Okay. Councillor Kleiber, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
I have a couple of questions with respect to this meeting. I agree with Councillor Link. It should have been noted as carried. And the act is very specific and says the chief administration officer must ensure that the minutes of every council meeting are made without note or comment. So I think it's pretty clear. I do want to ask a question about that evening with the chairing of that section 19.3.2. Who gives the CAO authority to chair a meeting or part of a meeting? We can't hear you, Mayor.
I apologize. I'm hesitant to speak on that, Councillor Kleiber, because of discussion preceding us leaving in camera and coming out of camera. So I'm hesitant to have that based on discussion in camera. I will say that on code of conduct complaints, we have been very consistent in having our CAO chair the meetings when we're dealing in that section, when we're dealing with those. These are sensitive issues, and the practice that we have been following on all code of conduct issues, those that have been accepted and defeated when we come out of camera, is the CAO chairs that portion of the meeting because of council's involvement in that process. So that's as much as I want to say about that without discussing in-camera issues.
Okay, well, I'm going to say that our procedural bylaw says that council can only act through resolution or bylaw. And under section 8.3 of our procedural bylaw, it says all meetings of council shall be chaired by the mayor or in his or her absence by the deputy mayor. And if the mayor or deputy mayor are not present at the time scheduled for a meeting, the council may appoint one of the members to chair the meeting. I don't see anywhere where it says that can change. So this is now a code of conduct issue because under 7.58, it says a council member must demonstrate responsibility by acting in accordance with the enactments of Parliament of Canada, Legislature of Manitoba, and including the Municipal Act. That night, it was not respected. And also, Section B says, demonstrates the responsibility by acting in accordance with the bylaws, resolutions, policies, and procedures of the municipality. So if we didn't act by resolution to have the CAO chair, and our bylaw clearly states that the mayor or deputy mayor should be chairing the meeting, then this is a code of conduct issue.
I won't talk about what we discussed in camera related to this item. I will only again refer to the fact that we have done this consistently the same way for every code of conduct item that we have addressed since the beginning of this process, without question, without complaint on that, and without any members of council coming out of camera and objecting to our CAO reading the resolution on these sensitive matters. I do not feel it is appropriate for myself to chair when I was the complainant on this. I certainly would not want to give the perception of staring anybody down and chairing this portion of a meeting on a code of conduct. And I don't believe any member of council is comfortable with that. I don't want to say any more on that, given conversations that were held in camera. But again, I will remind you that not one member of council came out of camera and objected to our CAO and MLO guiding us through that portion of the meeting. Not one member of this council objected to that process. That was done to make sure that we were not arguing amongst ourselves. It was a factual review of the complaint, a vote was taken, and we need to respect that. We've received legal opinion on this. We're following that legal opinion.
I will say, Mayor Christian, that whatever we discuss in camera, we discuss in camera. But you still have to have a resolution for someone other than a council member to chair a meeting. And our CAO has never chaired any portions of our meetings. And, I would also say that the procedural bylaw was put together by the CAO and MLO. And as he stated earlier in November, and I believe that you also had some input with legal. So people are aware of what our procedural bylaw is. So I think part of this is when you're under a code of conduct and you're being judged, how do you speak out? It's a little bit difficult, but the bylaw was not followed here, and we should have had a council resolution. And I'm bringing that to your attention. Thank you.
I appreciate you bringing that to my attention. And I think the majority of council agrees that following our bylaws, including our code of conduct bylaw, is very important and very serious. And so we've addressed the issue of code of conduct in a way that is fair, in a way that makes sure people are free to vote the way they want without intimidation. And I'm certainly not comfortable chairing that part of the meeting. I wouldn't do anything differently related to how we've addressed code of conduct at our meetings. We haven't had any objections from council in how we've proceeded. And this is the first we've heard of this, Councillor Kleiber. But thank you for raising your comments. If there's no further comments, then I have a resolution, a mover and a seconder to
Could I have a recorded vote, please?
Request for a recorded vote from Councillor Kleiber. Yep. And I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed?
I am opposed.
And that is carried. All right. We are down to item 10.1, accounts. Be it resolved that vouchers 4199 to 42034 as listed and totaling $152,898.26 be approved as presented. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Prague, seconded Councillor Bichetti. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor?
In favor.
Opposed? And that is carried.
Mayor Christian, I'm going to try and go out and come back in again. If that's okay.
Sure.
Just give me a second.
Okay.
I'm back.
Right, we will continue. Item 13, the CAO report. Be it resolved that the Council of the Rural Municipality of West St. Paul accept the CAO report as information. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Bichetti, second Councillor Prague. Any questions on the CAO March report? Councillor Link, go ahead.
I see something new that I've not seen on the CAO report. Maybe I've missed it in the past. I don't know. I see March 4th audit committee. Who is on the audit committee? Council does not have an audit committee to my knowledge.
I was dealing with the group that does our audit.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear
I
you.
was dealing with the group that does our audit.
The company that does our audit? Okay. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, you're on mute.
Of course I am. Thank you. Any comments regarding the council March report? Any comments regarding the animal control March report? Busy for our animal control officer. Does an amazing job. All right, I have a mover and a seconder. I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. We have item 14.1, miscellaneous correspondence. Be it resolved that the Council of the Rural Municipality of West St. Paul accept the miscellaneous correspondence for the month of March as information. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Craig, seconded Councillor Kleiber. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Thank you. I will read the resolution for us to go in camera. Be it resolved in accordance with section 152.3 of the Municipal Act, Council do now move in camera to discuss personnel, and be it further resolved that in accordance with section 83.1D of the Municipal Act, any issues that are discussed are kept confidential until discussed at a regular meeting of council. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Craig, seconded Councillor Bichetti. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Thank you. If Brian lets us know when we're good to go in camera. go back into camera. Can I have a mover to extend our meeting to 10:30? Moved by Councillor Bichetti, seconded Councillor Prague. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Link, you're not voting on this item? Okay. Still on mute.
I did vote in favor. I think it only didn't go up high enough.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. That is carried. And now I'll have a resolution to move back in camera. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Bichetti, seconded Councillor Prague. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. We are back in camera. Brian, if you could let us know when we are back in camera and not live on YouTube.
we're live. Brian says.
Right, we are live. Thank you for your patience for anyone waiting for us to finish up and come out of camera. We discussed a personnel issue in camera, and we have a resolution coming out of camera. Be it resolved that the Council of the Rural Municipality of West St. Paul hereby authorize the mayor and CAO to execute the contract with Dave Romano of Brightberry Inc. for a 4-year term beginning May 1st, 2021 and ending on April 30th, 2025. Can I have a mover, please?
Can
Moved
I
by
get a
Councillor.
recorded vote, please?
Okay, thank you. Recorded vote request from Councillor Bichetti, moved by Councillor Bichetti, seconded Councillor Pereg. Ms. Shaw, we had a request for a recorded vote. Any discussion on the item? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. And do I have a mover to adjourn the meeting for this evening? Moved by Councillor Pereg, seconded Councillor Kleiber. All those in favor? It's a late night. Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. Good night, everyone.